Et je pense que c'est les bons vœux. Ce que je retiens de cet entretien, c'est que on a parlé déjà des dossiers qui sont en cours, notamment la transposition des accords que nous avons signés, pour montrer que la stabilité de la négociation collective et des interlocuteurs sociaux, elle était là, contrairement à la stabilité politique. Et deuxièmement, on a parlé retraite. J'ai rappelé, comme je vous l'avais dit tout à l'heure, abrogation de la réforme des retraites. Alors, le Premier ministre ne nous a pas encore tout à fait donné dans quel format, mais on va enfin discuter retraite en prenant les choses par le bon bout, c'est-à-dire pas en parlant de recul de l'âge de départ, ni d'allongement de la durée de cotisation. Et de ce que j'ai entendu, mais je pense que vous l'avez entendu aussi, sans tabou sur les finalités. Et l'idée est de dire il faut garder l'équilibre financier de cette réforme. Ça tombe bien, on est à moins 579 millions d'euros. Il n'y a pas d'équilibre financier. On nous avait promis au moment de la réforme, alors celle qui l'a présentée à l'époque, nous disait 12 milliards dans les caisses le 31 décembre 2023. Ils n'y étaient pas et n'y sont toujours pas. Et encore aujourd'hui, 50% de ceux qui liquident leur retraite ne sont plus en emploi. Ils sont ou à l'assurance chômage, maladie, maladie professionnelle, et 18% d'entre eux sont au RSA. Donc, prenons les choses par le bon bout, parlons de l'emploi des 55-64 ans, et c'est ce que nous demandons dans la transposition de l'accord, la retraite progressive des 60 ans et tout ce qui va avec. Après, sur le reste des dossiers, on a parlé Mayotte, puisque la première organisation syndicale à Mayotte, 38% de représentativité, c'est la nôtre. Notamment, comment est-ce que demain on reconstruit, comment est-ce que on arrive à indemniser tout ce qui est mission de service public, y compris sécurité sociale, comment est-ce que on se redonne les moyens de réouverture des écoles et de tout ce qui est bâtiment public, et comment est-ce qu'on, pour une fois, si on dit on fait un plan Mayotte, un vrai plan de reconstruction, comment on ramène l'eau et l'électricité à l'ensemble de la population sur place? Et comment on arrête de les regarder à travers l'immigration et tout ce qui va avec? Je rappelle que c'est un département français et nous y tenons dans l'unité de la République.
Qu'est-ce qui vous a répondu sur la transposition des accords?
Sur la transposition des accords, pas de problème. J'avais déjà eu cette discussion avec la ministre du Travail rapidement, dès que l'Assemblée réouvre et tout cela.
Et vous avez reparlé conditionnalité des aides publiques, des exonérations?
Évidemment, quand on parle dans notre cahier revendicatif, on a bien parlé augmentation des salaires, des pensions et des minima sociaux, et conditionnalité des aides publiques aux entreprises. Il ne faut pas que la facture du quoi qu'il en coûte, ce soit juste aux travailleurs à qui on demande de la payer. Maintenant, on verra sur son projet de loi de finances, mais on va déjà d'abord attendre le discours de politique générale pour voir comment est-ce que les entretiens qu'il a pu avoir avec les uns ou les autres sont rentrés dans l'esprit du Premier ministre.
Vous aviez demandé à M. Barnier une CSSCT avec un seuil un peu plus bas, en dessous de 300.
Alors là, on n'a pas évoqué, c'est écrit dans les revendications qu'on a déposées, mais on a parlé de globalité, mais sur conditionnalité des aides publiques, il n'y a pas de... On n'est pas revenu sur notre revendication. C'est comme sur l'abrogation de la réforme des retraites, c'est comme sur l'augmentation des salaires, c'est comme sur le coup de pouce au SMIC. Mais à partir du moment où à 1,6 SMIC, il y a allègement total de cotisation, quand le SMIC prend 2% lié à l'inflation ou 1%, et bien du coup, l'allègement de cotisation, il augmente encore. Donc on vient nous parler de dette. C'est juste la facture du quoi qu'il en coûte. On est passé de 40 milliards d'aides ou d'allègement de cotisation d'entreprise, et au moment du quoi qu'il en coûte, on passe à 80 milliards. Donc il faut une conditionnalité. La première conditionnalité, c'est l'emploi, et l'emploi en France. La deuxième, c'est les salaires, et la troisième, c'est les conditions de travail. Quand on voit des entreprises qui touchent du crédit d'impôt recherche et développement, qui délocalisent la recherche aux États-Unis et le développement en Inde, et qui gardent une boîte aux lettres à Massy pour ce grand groupe pharmaceutique, juste pour pouvoir toucher le crédit d'impôt, ça n'est pas normal. Donc, conditionnalité des aides publiques. Je ne dis pas arrêt des aides publiques aux entreprises, je dis conditionnalité des aides publiques aux entreprises.
Vous avez l'impression d'avoir été entendu sur ce point?
Ben écoutez, la discussion, elle a été pas animée, mais oui, on a discuté de manière franche. Et puis, j'ai rappelé la première qualité des interlocuteurs sociaux, c'est fiabilité. Et puis, loyauté dans la négociation. Si demain, on nous dit il faut qu'on reparle réforme des retraites ou protection sociale collective et que le format ne convient pas, bon, ben, on se posera des questions. Mais sur le format dont on nous parle aujourd'hui, alors après, il va y avoir du délai. On va nous dire il va falloir que vous trouviez un accord dans 1 mois, 2 mois, 3 mois, 4 mois, 5 mois ou 6 mois. J'ai rappelé que la temporalité de la négociation, la temporalité sociale, elle n'est pas la même que la temporalité politique.
Est-ce que c'est pas le moment aussi pour les partenaires sociaux de relancer l'agenda social paritaire face à cette instabilité politique? Vous aboutit à 3 accords au mois de novembre. Est-ce que vous demandez au patronat notamment de vous réunir pour mettre à jour cet agenda?
Alors, sur les discussions inter-syndicales, organisations syndicales d'employeurs et de salariés, on en a en permanence. Là, ce que nous demandons tous, au moins tous les signataires, c'est la transposition des accords que nous venons de signer. Après cela, on nous dit que on va reparler retraite, prendre les choses par le bon bout. Eh bien, on verra sur l'agenda social autonome, puisqu'on l'appelait comme ça. On va se voir rapidement. Donc, on en reparlera. Je ne sais pas s'il faut en refaire un maintenant ou en reparler. On avait aussi la validation des acquis de l'expérience pour les représentants du personnel. On voulait revoir aussi tout un tas de sujets, notamment sur la représentation du personnel. Donc, transposons d'abord les accords que nous venons de signer, puisque les promesses n'engagent que ceux qui les croient. L'agrément de la convention d'assurance chômage, et les uns et les autres, on a rappelé qu'il fallait le faire avant le 20 décembre, c'est ça? Et ça a été fait, donc c'est une bonne chose. Maintenant, il reste du côté législatif sur la convention assurance chômage, notamment pour les primo-entrants et tout cela. Bon, on a encore du travail sur la table, et puis on va se revoir et peut-être qu'on discutera d'un agenda social autonome. Mais là, on va avoir un agenda social déjà, apparemment, assez riche. Non. Là, la réponse du Premier ministre, quand on a parlé format et calendrier, c'est je vais finir de recevoir tout le monde, mais rapidement. Donc rapidement, je ne sais pas quand est-ce que c'est. Est-ce que c'est le milieu de semaine prochaine ou est-ce que c'est début du mois d'après? Peu importe.
Sur cette question des retraites, Patrick Martin parlait d'un système par capitalisation, qui est un système où en fait, le salarié cotise à partir de ce qu'il gagne. Quelle est, c'était dans le Parisien, mercredi matin, votre position? Et à partir de ce que gagne en moyenne aussi un salarié dans beaucoup de branches, que ce soit l'industrie, la métallurgie ou d'autres.
Alors, le système par capitalisation, si c'est pour faire des fonds de pension, pour aller spéculer sur le dos de pauvres bougres comme nous en Europe ou dans les pays en voie de développement, pour force ouvrière, c'est non. Ce système de capitalisation, c'est quelque chose qu'on nous ressort à chaque fois. Et à chaque fois qu'on nous dit réforme des retraites, il faut qu'on arrive à trouver de la capitalisation. Capitalisation, fonds de pension. On a un système de retraite par répartition qui, pour nous, est le bon système de retraite, y compris la retraite par points. J'ai expliqué à François Bayrou que nous serions toujours opposés à la retraite par points parce que, contrairement à ce que l'on pense, mesdames, et les plus précaires et les moins bien rémunérés auront des niveaux de pension avec une retraite par points qui seraient encore beaucoup plus bas que sur la retraite par répartition. Il n'y a pas de solidarité collective dans la capitalisation. Plus je gagne, plus je vais pouvoir cotiser, plus j'aurai de retour.
Et ce système par capitalisation, il serait pour ces défenseurs plus adapté à ce qu'on appelle les carrières hachures. C'est vrai qu'il est difficile aujourd'hui de garder un emploi 10-20 ans dans la même entreprise. On a des personnes qui font de l'intérim, on a des personnes qui font des CDD plus courts. Et est-ce qu'aujourd'hui vous avez peur aujourd'hui que ce système par capitalisation assure encore plus les carrières?
Alors moi j'ai peur de rien, je suis contre ce système par capitalisation pour la simple et bonne raison que, encore une fois, ceux qui auront les moyens pourront capitaliser et cotiser, mais ils peuvent déjà le faire. Ils le font. AXA Private Equity ou vos banques vous proposent toujours des systèmes tous les ans plutôt que de faire de l'épargne. Maintenant, ça peut pas être le système français de retraite. C'est le mode de nos voisins anglo-saxons, fonds de pension. Par contre, quand la bourse tombe, comme c'était le cas en 2008, où pendant 3 mois, vous n'avez plus de revenus, plus de pension de retraite parce que la bourse s'est effondrée, ben là, que vous en ayez mis beaucoup ou peu, c'est zéro. Ben merci à vous. Et ne prenez pas froid. Sinon, oscillococcinum, vous essayez des trucs comme ça. Ou alors, grog. Oui, bien sûr, vous préférez le grog.
but it's still very devastating. Even if this was just the fire that we were looking at, this would still be a lot of fire for those firefighters. And of course, you can see it right there, those winds kind of pushing it over towards the ocean. A lot of hot spots, a lot of vegetation still out here. And when I say that, that's fuel for the fire. So this fire definitely is still very, very active. I'm still hearing those containment numbers at 0. Hopefully they're going to start getting those up a little bit higher as these winds start to slow down a little bit. I did see Sam New's report yesterday, and they do have tractors out there, the big bulldozers, and those are those that are actually going to make those lines around the fire. And since they've been out there, I'm still hearing the 0% containment. But those numbers have got to start climbing, especially because of all the work they've been doing out there, putting those brakes for that fire it can basically burn up to it and be able to stop that. But right now, it's still very active out here. And again, this is in the Palisades, the flames that we're showing you away from the homes. I'm actually doing some button pushing up here, but I'm having a little bit of an issue this morning. Not sure exactly what is going on, but I'm unable to print out the map at this moment. But because I wanted to show you where the shoreline is, where Gigi's at down there over by the actual shore. That's going to be way down over in this area over here. So those flames quite a distance from the Pacific Coast Highway. You can see some of those red embers right there. I would venture to say that that is probably one of the structures that are burning. And of course, you can make out the red lights. Those are going to be the fire trucks. But those are way at a distance, and that's going to be out by the Pacific Coast Highway. So you get an idea of all the distance between there. And something else that's very eerie that when you think about it, and it's something that I'm more used to than most of the people watching, is usually you'd see lights on down there. You'd see a lot of like what you're seeing in the foreground right here out towards the Palisades area. All that is off, probably due to the power up being out, the wires down, and etc. So it is a very eerie situation. And of course, that devastation, thousands of homes, or at least 1,000 homes burned. That is, it's quote unquote apocalyptic. And as when the sun starts to rise and the smoke is not going to be there, hopefully we're going to get some pictures of that as well. Wow. You know what? As far as the worst I've ever seen, in the 90s, we did have a couple of fires out here in the Malibu area. I wasn't in the helicopter. I was down on the ground, and those were pretty devastating. I can't really quote, I mean, I don't really honestly remember because at that time, it was more about the breaking part of the news for me, but I don't know the number of structures that were destroyed, but it was very devastating. It was a huge deal out here as those flames ripped through the Malibu area. It was almost the same type of situation. We had those high winds, and it was definitely moving along. I'm looking at the Manville Fire Road right there, and I'm thinking to myself, wow, these flames have actually made it over to the Manville Canyon area. So this is actually still moving towards the south, or moving towards the 405 freeway. You know, when I say these things, I'm saying the general direction of. I'm not saying it is encroaching onto the freeway, but it just gives you an idea of you know, we're talking about 17,000 plus acres. That is quite a lot of area to be burned, but again, it's still moving right now, making its way kind of southward. That seems to be the big portion of it. And then again, when we look way up over here, we've got a couple of hot spots, but I know these that in the distance out here, right by that shoreline, or what in this area right there, oh no, that is going to be vegetation. That is not homes. So yeah, there's still a lot of active fire out there in the Palisades area, and as far as history goes, you know, we haven't seen something like this in a long time, and I've definitely never seen neighborhoods like that Palisades neighborhood just being completely wiped out. I have yet to see something like that in the Southern California area. short amount of time. Yeah. Wow. You know, the other thing about it too is on the Woosley fire, how long was that burning? And it took out 1,600 homes. How long is this one burning? The Palisades. This is what, day 3 now? Day 3, right? And all those homes were wiped out almost within the first couple of hours, or about 24 hours of that. To see that type of destruction in these areas, like you said, these are not areas that usually would burn or would be associated with a brush fire. Yes, we lose homes because they are, like you said, the urban interface where you have like these beautiful homes up in these hillsides, and of course, you have the trees, you have all the vegetation nearby. But these flames, and because of the high winds and those embers, were making their way into areas that usually would never even be affected by a brush fire or a vegetation fire, and now they're gone. Yeah, it really is devastating. I saw there was a drone shot from yesterday of one of the neighborhoods in the Palisades, and we fly this area quite a bit, and everything in my mind is usually seen from above. Like when I see an area, I can say, oh, I know that because. But I do know that area, and that is one of those spots where it is very populated, and it's one of those ones. It's not a morbid fascination. It is really, truly just. It is one of these events, and it's like when the sun comes up and we're in a little bit less smoke today, my curiosity is definitely piqued. I definitely want to see this stuff and document it from the air. And of course, like we are looking at this at the Palisades right here, the numbers for the acreage much higher here, but Eaton Canyon, that Altadena area, all those beautiful homes out there. And again, we were talking about it, the flames making their way out of the urban interface and in the urban areas. And again, these are things that we have yet to have seen out here in the southern Los Angeles area. Hey. Hey. Just repeating what everybody else has said. Do you want us to look at something else? Do you want to hang here or see if we can see this from a different angle or? Copy. Dylan, you said Eaton is really nothing to see, right? Yeah. No, that's I was asking Dylan. Really? Can we, yeah, that's what I was thinking. All right, because I wanted to see actually how close these flames are to these homes. Because I think this is more of a, let's see. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, it is actually because I can see those homes a little better. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, check out the moon now through the smoke. Creepy. What happened to the Acton fire? They put it out pretty quick. Right. Oh, there we go. Through the smoke. Oh. Yep. I don't know what he's doing. You think he's going to do a drop? Yeah. Let's see what that drop does. Get a couple hundred of those and we got this thing out. No, I don't think so. If somebody's trying to talk to me on it, I don't have it. Because I have it up, that's what I'm saying. Were you trying to heckle me? What? Oh, so when I did the live thing, they saw me. Yeah. Yeah, well, I just kind of felt like, I'm talking to them. I should talk to them. But anyway, maybe more like a FaceTime. Oh, okay. Yeah. Nobody puts Stewie in a box. I was hoping the hearse fire would be happening so I could poke fun at you. You got a fire named after you. And the moon is gone. I was more concerned about Gelson's. It's coming back. You want to do like racetracks or something, or half moons, like kind of, go to the right and then come back to the left, or just, I mean, I oh, it is? Oh, then, okay, then by all means. Okay, okay. All right. No, 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 I just wanted to see some more movement, but right. Knocked down. It's about a mile from that house. Yeah, I just did the little map thing. So that's just. Yeah, let's be a little proactive than reactive. Just with little water balloons. Hey, Booth. Uh, right. Copy all. Really? Wow. Yeah. Well, that's sad. The fire to the school. Not you guys finding the fire. Where did he go? He went behind the hill and he didn't pop back up. Yeah, on the ground. Smoke. Oh, there he is. I got him. Thank you, Robert. Friday. Which could be a big problem. True. Maybe it's next Friday. I don't know. I hope not. I think we're like right over the station, aren't we? Yeah, we're in Brentwood. Yeah. Sorry guys. Yeah, finally, right? Copy all. Yeah, Sky News was brutal. Yeah, I did. That one was rude. I think so, yeah. Yep, Brooke, we are still here over the Palisades fire, and we're keeping an eye on those big flames that are moving up away from homes, but up into that heavy chaparral and vegetation area, and that is what we're looking at right there. Now, it definitely is a different picture from what we were seeing in the past couple of days. The wind's much lighter. The smoke kind of lazily moving out towards the west, and that is exactly what firefighters have been hoping for quite some time, a break from that high winds. Now, is it going to be the perfect situation for them to put these fires out quickly? Well, maybe not quite that, but it is definitely going to be a lot better than it has been in the last couple of days. Right now, these flames, you can see them, and there are some homes in the bottom part of the picture. I'm going to push in right there, but that's kind of a little bit of an optical illusion, and when I say a little bit, we were using the tech here in Skybox to take a look and get some distances from this home right here to these flames that we're seeing. That's about a mile's worth of distance right there, which is a good distance for the firefighters. But if you're living in that home, believe me, you don't want to see that in your windows anywhere nearby. Now, the flames are definitely moving their way away from the Palisades, coming more westward. And when I say getting close to, I'm going to get a little bit of a wider shot here. You can see the 405 freeway in that shot. It is quite a distance away. That's going to be the, I believe, Getty Center right there in the center. So that gives you some landmarks out here. But these flames definitely still moving. As far as the firefight goes, I am sure there are boots on the ground, and those guys doing a lot of tough work. Those dozers are out there cutting those lines that they're talking about. are really what those containment numbers are going to be coming from as soon as they start tallying those up. But as far as aerial firefight, right now, I'm not putting them down. These guys are working hard and they're doing what they can. We actually see one LA City firefighter helicopter doing a couple of drops out here. When they do those drops, they seem to be very effective. Sending it back to you all in the studio. Oh, sorry, man. You should. Thank you. Really? Yes, sir. Yes. Oh, when? I thought it was more coming. Like, when you land fuel, can you get us some donuts? Oh. Usually we do about that 2 hours, so whenever we took off, you can just do 2 hours, but I'll ask Dylan, we'll get some numbers for you. We can do that. Oh yeah, 4 o'clock, we should be on the ground by 4 o'clock. I don't even know what time it is right now, I can look at my phone. We should be on the ground by 4 o'clock. Copy all. Every now and then, sure thing. I can't wait to be flying with pilot Chris and hearing about like all the reasons why we can't do this and we can't do that. And Yeah, Tony, be careful. Where? Like on the far to the south? This one? Or farther away? Bottom right. Oh, this part. Right in the center? Yeah, yeah. Something's coming up the hill. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I have a feeling that those flames are going to start running up that hill here. I'm still standing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There you go. You can see the flames coming up the hill. Ooh. Ooh. Yes. Yeah. That smoke is that just like how the moon was looking red. The homeless will come and take that in a few moments. It just used that fuel and now it's slowing down. Yeah. Dry brush. That doesn't help. Okay. Yes. Doing the drop. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if that's a record, but let's funnel through a canyon. Yeah, 87. Yeah. I stand by still. He just stood his drop. I think he did. Yeah, I see him trailing in a little water. Yeah, Brooke, and it's still burning out here. That one lone LA City fire helicopter still doing those water drops out here. We just saw him do another one. You know, it is a daunting task. But every time that helicopter does drop, it really does improve the sight picture just a little bit. As I'm getting a little bit of a wider shot here, I got to tell you, that is technically still the Palisades. Those flames still kind of moving their way towards the 405 and Getty, but it is still quite a distance away. Something else that just letting you all know, if you're watching the shot right now, you can see some homes there in the bottom part of the screen and the flames up on that hill. Now that is a little bit of an optical illusion. We just did a little test out here in Skyfox, and I can tell you that the distance from those flames to that house is about a mile. So that is quite a distance away, but still, it shows that those flames are still slowly creeping towards a lot of these homes. But as Sumaya had mentioned just moments ago, the big plus is it is slowly moving because those winds have really slowed down. Take a look at some of that shot right there. It's still very dark, but the glow from the flames, you can actually see some of that smoke in the background. It isn't going straight up, but it is definitely not laying flat like we have been seeing for the past couple of days. And that's what's giving those firefighters this little bit of a break, and they are able to start really doing more of those effective water drops from the helicopters and also boots on the ground trying to get those hot spots out. The only plus about the flames that we're showing right there, not near any structures. I'm going to do a little bit of a pan right there and kind of show you the area that has really been devastated, and also something that we noticed from the helicopter that might not be that apparent to a lot of folks is there's a very few lights on down there in that area. This is going to be the Palisades proper that I'm showing you right there, and this area right there, it would be lit up. It would kind of look more like this if it wasn't after that fire. So those homes have been destroyed, that area devastated. We're talking 1,000 structures, maybe more. And then, of course, we talked about it earlier on, how those flames actually took out not just the residential areas, but got into commercial areas as well. And that's something that I personally have yet to have seen in Southern California doing news from the 90s. When we see these big brush fires that just kind of rip through neighborhoods, we're always talking about the neighborhoods. We always see like, but these homes were destroyed, and they're usually in this very urban area that is right up with the trees and things. But in this case, that was actual town that got destroyed. Have never seen that in the past, and that was definitely because of those crazy high winds. You kind of felt bad, or I personally felt bad for the firefighters, because how do you battle something like that? Somebody talking about 87-mile-an-hour gusts through some of those canyons. I don't know if that is a record, but it definitely sounds as high as it could possibly get. And you think about it. How do you even stand in it, more or less, fight a fire in it, and with those embers blowing and hopscotching around? It's just a short time that we've been talking, just a sight picture of the flames that we're looking at right there in the Palisades area. You can see that a lot more smoke and a big heavier glow there at the bottom. I believe that those flames are basically getting into more fuel, some vegetation, and now it is becoming less wind-driven and more terrain-driven. Those flames probably running up a hillside right there, but this is what the firefighters are looking at, and they're going to try to keep this area in check, and that is the deal right now. They're going to continue to do those water drops as daylight comes. I can almost guarantee that we're going to start seeing those super scoopers out here, and maybe even some fixed-wing aircraft making their way out, doing those FOS check lines. We have yet to see that in this fire, and it also is going to show you how just the winds, and then of course the aircraft coming in, how quickly they're going to be able, and I'm hopefully saying this, how quickly they're going to be able to contain that hot spot up there and really we're going to start seeing a lot of that glow and the actual fire burning up here. And then of course the hot spots all the mop-ups are going to be having to be taking place. But right now still very active as far as these flames go. And of course that fire continues to burn down there on the ground in those areas, those homes and residential areas that have been devastated. I heard her talking about that library being flattened out there. Is monumental as far as the fires go in the Southern California area. And right now it is not out. And of course those winds changing. Of course the humidity, Samara was talking about it, humidity is definitely going to help the firefight. But if those winds change direction, now it might actually be pushing it into some other areas that have more vegetation, and it could start another round of how we're going to get this under control. There's that lone LA City firefighting helicopter. I don't think we'll have time to actually walk to make that turn and come and do a drop. But this is what's going on. They're continuing to do what they can to try to keep those flames in check. Those helicopters, he's not just up there picking his own spots. They have designated areas that they're dropping, and they're trying to control the movement of those flames. And you can see it making a turn, and he's probably going to do a drop somewhere right up in here. And again, some people might say, well, the fire's back there. Well, you know what? That area is in a spot where it's almost a controlled burn. They're just going to let it run up that hillside. This area right here is the spots that they are concerned about. These are the hot spots, the embers that they're worried about blowing into homes, and that's the reason why they're doing these drops right there. It's hard to see, but he just unloaded the water right there. And again, he might not be putting out that fire that we're seeing. It isn't a miss by any means. He's basically cooling the ground in front of where that fire could go to prevent that fire from continuing burning. But take a look at that. There you go. You got some of the vegetation really starting to pop on the backside of that hill. Send it back to y'all in the studio. Yep. Yep. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and you know, and that's that really, you know, it really, I think the pictures when the sun comes up and we hopefully will have a little less smoke blowing over those communities, those pictures are really going to be put the face on this fire as far as the devastation. When we start seeing entire neighborhoods where there might be one home standing amongst hundreds, that, you know, that is really what's going to start really kind of, those are the pictures that people are going to say, oh my goodness, that's what burned. Because a lot of times when we talk about brush fires or vegetation fires out here in Southern California, it is just that. It is in the vegetation. And it's, you know, it is devastating, but it is forest land. It is vegetation that burns. But when you see entire neighborhoods destroyed, that's an entirely different type of situation. And that is basically what happened in the Palisades in the last couple of days. Gigi and all the ground reporters, I've been watching them, Haley, and I don't want to start throwing out names because I don't want to miss anybody, but they have done amazing work down there, and also harrowing. The things that they put themselves into and next to get the story out and try to give people at home the impact of what's happening out here. It really is devastating and apocalyptic in its own way. But right now, this is up in the hillsides. This is the vegetation portion of it. Hopefully these lighter wind and a little bit of humidity is really going to help the situation. And of course, we've been just talking about Palisades because that's what we're looking at right now. But, you know, we have Eaton Canyon, Altadena area. They have been devastated as well. And so many homes destroyed. And of course, sadly, the loss of life up there in the Altadena area. I do, you know, I'm waiting to hear a little bit more about the story behind that, who those people were. But as I understand it, 5 people losing their lives out there. This is heartbreaking in every aspect of covering a news story. You know, Brooke, I watched, you know, these are the things that fascinate me. I mean, I know the stories are not about me, but this is what I like about reporting from the air, and especially when we watch a firefight. It is exactly what you're talking about. It is almost like a sporting event. You know, the fire department, they aren't just out here running around dropping water. It is very strategic. It is very planned. It is, you know, and how they do it. And then when you start watching it and you start seeing the results and understanding why they're doing it in this way or how they are doing to control or direct these flames, it is amazing. And, you know, we give them a lot of props, but the study and you know, the science behind a lot of that firefighting, it is there. And these and our guys out here in the Southern California area, LA County, LA City, and thankfully now we have all these other firefighters as well, boots on the ground from all across the state. These guys really, and gals, know their business and know their job, and it is so, like you say, sometimes we hold our breath, but I just sit here and I watch it, and you start seeing the progress. Oh, you get a drop here, now they're putting a line there. Well, they're putting that line there because the winds are blowing. It is really interesting to watch. And if, again, if somebody's out there and they're thinking about a job in firefighting, it is really something to watch and understand. And there's a lot of science behind a lot of this firefighting. It isn't just, oh, we're going to go throw some water on this, or we're going to try to stop it here. It's why they do it, and that makes it so interesting to watch. Sorry. Good morning. Are we blue? There it is. I was going to say my. Pardon me? I don't think so. Why? I don't have my watch on. What time is it? Let me, hang on. 44. All right. Um, okay, do you want to go now? Dylan's been here since 2 o'clock yesterday. And our pilot, all right, let's go in so we can do the swap. Okay. Right. Break down. Go ahead and do it. Okay, everybody, I'm going to go ahead and knock it down. We're almost back at Van Nuys. Skyfox 2, CBS KCAL TOC on your frequency 2. I'm going to knock it down. We're almost back at Van Nuys. Hey, night IEP Oscar. I'm well. How are you? Probably sleepy. Oh, I appreciate that. Thanks. Oh, do you? I'll tell. We can we can give it a shot. I'm being told by everybody that's been over there, there's nothing to see. It's just a lot of smoke. That's the reason why we keep going back to the Palisades, because it's a picture. That's what I'm hearing is nothing. Yeah. Sunset Fire is completely out as well. There's nothing there. If you don't want to go to Palisades, we can go to Sunset. I can kind of show it to you. I don't know if we're live anywhere. That's the problem. I just don't want to start swinging the camera around. Yeah. So that's K-Joy right there. So Runyon Canyon is just past that. Once we get past this hill, it's completely out. There's like nothing there. Yeah, that's the Sunset Fire, the Runyon Canyon. Yeah. Right. No. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the Sunset one, I think they totally got that one out. That one's out. If there's a time during the show and you want us to fly it, I can give you a time from here to Eden. I can, hang on, let me see what I can do. Let's try, this is rough, not exactly. It's about, pencils in for like a solid 15 minutes. Okay. All right, man. Talk to you. Yes, we went back to Palisades. Copy on 90 seconds. Chris? Okay. Stand by. Copy. Where's 5 at? I'm just looking at his shot. Just like, I got no calls. Nobody called me. Nobody asked me. Yeah, they're much more popular. Bobby and Brooke, yes, good morning. And yes, this is the Palisades fire, and it still continues to burn. If there's any good news about these flames, it is away from the homes, and it's up on the hillside, and it's burning vegetation. This is one of the hot spots that we've been looking at. I do know at least one LA City fire helicopter's been up here this morning, just doing drop after drop after drop, trying to get these flames into some sort of control or just slow that movement down. They are taking advantage of a little bit of a less wind. You can see it right there. Those flames actually lighting up some of that smoke. It is kind of slowly, lazily going up and moving away. Not that harsh, almost flat look that we've been seeing for most of this fire, because those high winds have lessened a little bit this morning. As far as the flames go, though, it is still very active. And this glow seen from the valley and also on our side right here, Skyfox basically parked over the Brentwood area, looking kind of to the northwest out to that direction. There's some homes in the shot as well. And if you're seeing this for the first time this morning, these are the homes that are in the Brentwood area. So that house that I've been using as a marker right there with all the lights on at the top of the hill, that is going to be on West Ridge Drive. And the flames are, because we've been doing tech out here in Skyfox, I can actually share it with you if you like. It shows me that those flames are about a mile away from that actual home. And that is, that's going to be great news but for them, but it also gives you a reality of how, if that was your home and you had flames that close to your house, you would be concerned. And I'm sure those folks in that Brentwood neighborhood are looking at that fire and they're concerned about what is going on. And if it's going to reach there, that would have to be a dramatic change in the weather. Right now, though, we're looking at just kind of lighter winds this morning, and the LA City Fire Department out there dropping the water, and they also have boots on the ground. Some of the things that we've been showing a little bit earlier on is that Palisades area. So this is one of the things that or I know from flying in a helicopter. You can see all those lights down there, but in that dark spot right up in here, that would be the Palisades. And there are a couple of lights on in there, possibly some homes, maybe some vehicles driving around, but for the most part, all that darkness down there, that is going to be that devastated neighborhood that we're hearing about, the 1,000+ homes that have been destroyed, and right now in darkness because probably of the destruction and the power outages in the area. Now, LA County, LA City, and a number of other fire departments all converging out here, and they have been doing a fantastic job to keep those flames in check. But right now, that hot spot up here on the top of the hill, and of course, weather is going to play a huge part in all this. If those winds change, it could be a plus, it could be a minus. But humidity, that's going to help us for sure, and less winds definitely going to help us for sure as well. But of course, still a very active firefight out here in the Palisades area. But again, this is what we're seeing right now before the morning light. As soon as that sun breaks, so we're going to try to take a peek into those neighborhoods that have been devastated. Sending it back to y'all in the studio. definitely. I, we can, it's really kind of up to you. I'm really curious now about the Eden fire. You know, I kind of want to, but I also know that we need to work it out where we can go. You know, because we're going to need at least 15 minutes to get over there, right? But, yeah, safer number. I mean, I don't want to tell them 10 and then we show up at 15. Simon Des, Freddie, and powers to be. It must be busy. Right, and I heard 5 was over there this morning too, and they were saying the same thing. No, I just was curious. Do we have time to go fly over to the Eden Fire? Can you spare us like 15 minutes to go out that way, and then if there's nothing there, 15 to come back? Okay. Right. We won't have a shot. We won't have a shot of anything. Yeah. All right. Right, right. Well, Dylan just he was happier parked. If you wanna do like half moons, but hang on, let me turn my mic off. Oh, sorry. Really? Yeah, because you guys sued us last time because of our wires came down. Bring it on down. Well, they got nailed for the fire out in the Thomas fire, which between you and I don't think they, you know, I don't think it was negligence. I think it was high winds that brought down power lines. You know. Yes, sir. No, no, I'm not going to do that. Of course. I think they're a little askew, though. That's the issue that I have. But see what I'm saying? No, it's Freddie and everybody looking at our picture. Copy. 501. Copy all. I'll set my watch, clear my schedule. I want to know what happened to Meditation Lake. I wonder if that's okay. Sorry. I'm going to keep the light on in here. Shit, man. Good morning, Brooke. Good morning, Bobby. And good morning, everybody. Taking a look at that Palisades fire. Now, this is the active flames that are still burning out here in the Palisades area. Now, there are still a few structures down closer into the areas where the homes are. This is up on the hillside. I'm going to bring up the map just for a moment or two here so you guys can get oops, wrong button. You get a better look at what we're seeing right there. You can actually see some of those roads, and it gives you an idea of where that's going. Now, technically, that is still in the Palisades area, but now up in those mountains, up in the vegetation, and away from all the homes and structures out there, it is slowly burning to the south, and the south would take you closer to the Getty. Now, the Getty's still very, very far away. I'm just using that as a reference point. In the shot down there, you can actually see some of the 405, and that's the Getty, so that is quite a distance away. But the areas that have burned already, that is the devastation, and that is going to be over closer to this area over here. Going to keep the map up because there is so much darkness down there. This is what we're talking about. Usually this area in here, you would be seeing a lot of the lights on in this spots, and you can actually see some of those roadways right there and in complete darkness. I believe that that is the area where we were talking about all that devastation, those 1,000 homes plus that burned to the ground. That neighborhood right there is where that all happened. Now that fire clearly had moved out of there. Gigi is down there on the ground. We did hear her talking just moments ago about how she is dealing with ash. The ash is probably from the flames that are way up over here on this hillside. Light winds, that's what we're seeing right now, and this is the time where firefighters are really going to try to make this move to get a lot of this active fire contained. We are talking about a little bit of a wind event later on, but I'm sure we're going to hear about that from, I'm not sure if it's going to be Maria right now or Samana still, but one of our weather folks are going to talk about that. But I did hear Samana talking earlier about a little bit of humidity coming in, and that's going to be a huge deal for the firefighters in this firefight. A little bit of humidity, a little less wind is really what they need to stop all this red that we're seeing out there, that open flames, that is the biggest concern because those embers are still moving, still blowing, and still making their way through these neighborhoods. Of course, much less now because these winds have calmed, but it is still happening. And of course, even if this was just fire that we'd be seeing, this would be a big concern. But when you add all that heavy wind in there, that's when all the problems happen. Of course, we're talking 17,000 plus acres just here in the Palisades area. Now, Scott Fox has basically been here all morning. We're going to try to take a look at Eden. As I understand it, they have a lot less active fire out there, which is great news. But that doesn't mean that the containment numbers are up. Now, the containment numbers are actually as just what you're thinking. They're trying to put a box around the flames. They have tractors down there. They have dozers that are still cutting line. But I would venture to say that in the Palisades fire, we might see some of those fixed wing making their way out here this morning. They're going to be dropping that FOS check, and that's going to really start bringing up those containment numbers and make the folks on the ground feel better. And of course, those firefighters, they might really start to be able to catch their breath and they really kind of get all that hot spots taken care of. But right now, still very active. And of course, that devastation, we're waiting for sunrise to come. Maybe there'll be a little bit less smoke. And we get a look at that neighborhood to really kind of really get a feel for what happened out there. We can talk about that 1,000 homes destroyed, but until you really kind of see it, I don't think people really can grasp that type of devastation. I did see one shot. It was a drone shot yesterday that really I was devastated when I saw that. I did not realize that it was an actual neighborhood. When you think about the Palisades and you think about the living up in the canyons, you don't think about gridded streets and neighborhoods. You think more of like homes lining the canyon. But that area where that devastation happened, that seems to be a gridded neighborhood in the Palisades, and of course all the destruction in the Commons area. It is just devastating to see. Right now, though, the firefight continues. A lot of open flames out here. Firefighters still very concerned and working hard to get this contained. I'm still in Scott Fox, back in on the studio. Yeah. Yes. Definitely. Definitely, Bobby, and, and it is definitely on our list of things to do. Sorry, but and I did watch you yesterday. I was glued to the television set watching all the coverage, and I did see you going into people's homes and talking to a lot of those residents, and I felt what they were feeling as well. And it is one of those things where it's a division. There's so much going on. How do you divide all the moving parts and get all that coverage? We are definitely going to make our way over there. We're just waiting for that opportunity to get out to the Eden Canyon area. But the Palisades right now, there's still a lot of active flame out here. You can see it from the valley. And of course, that firefight, for these guys here, that open flame that we're seeing up on this hillside, these embers, that is what the biggest concern is for firefighters. The condition, well, right now it was kind of the Palisades is just geographically convenient. It was very close to Van Nuys. We saw when we took off, we could see the flames from right away. So we made our way over here to take a look at what's going on. Eden Canyon is definitely on our list of things to do, and as soon as we're able to get out that way, that is definitely our next spot. I can just touch on the other two fires that we've been talking about. The Sunset Fire, as far as from the air, there's nothing, there's no open flame, there's not a lot of hot spots out there, very few, and the fire department, they are down there monitoring and doing what they call mop-up. And the Hearst Fire, that's another one. I could probably kind of even show it to you from here. There is nothing to be seen out there at that location. And so those two fires, as far as activity goes, there's nothing really to see. That means that they are really doing a fantastic job. You know, I'm not sure about the number of helicopters that we're talking about right now in the air. There is definitely at least one LA City Fire helicopter. We've been up for about almost 3 hours, well, just over 2 hours right now. And we have been watching one lone helicopter out here just picking up the water, doing the drop, picking up the water, doing the drop. And they are making some headway out here with just that one helicopter. As far as resources go, I can tell you from the mechanical side, we're being with helicopters all the time. They have regular scheduled maintenance. LA City Fire Department, their helicopters do the same thing. And of course, they have crews that they might have to be switching out. So there's probably a lot of variables why we're not seeing like that armada of helicopters. I can tell you that when I arrived at the airport at 2 a.m. this morning, we did see the Colson ship. That is that big, huge helicopter landing back at Van Nuys. We haven't seen it take off. It might be a crewing issue. They might have a little bit of maintenance that they have to do. So right now, as far as the aerial attack, the only ones that we've been seeing out here is one lone LA City Fire helicopter. And again, it's not a slam. I just think it is more of a, this is what they have for resources right now. That's crazy. Ugh. you want to move around, definitely. Right. That's. I mean, I asked Dylan to do like half moons, right? And he kind of, and I mean, he's been flying forever, so I just was like, and he just said, because it's easier just to sit. But he was saying it was, he would have more issue flying in the winds, the crosswinds, just moving around. So I was just like, oh well. I mean, if it's easier for you to move around, we can move around. That's what I'm saying. Please do. Right. All right. Is he here for the fires or is he here for the politics? Yeah. Right. I'm sure they're talking about it. You know what? I'm not, you know, uh, my opinion about her doesn't really matter, but I don't think that it's really fair. It's like, how could she predict what was going to happen? You know what I mean? And Bass, I mean, she was, right. Yeah, but I mean, it wasn't like she was on vacation. It was some kind of like, you know, diplomatic. There you go, you got a house. Something burning. Because I don't want to make that mistake again. Hey. Yes. Yes. I'm going to keep the light on too so I don't hit the wrong button in here again. I think I should start with this. Bring up the map as soon as we go live. A lot of smoke though. Of course it's going out. That's right, Brooke, and we're showing you one of the structures that is burning out there, and this is going to be right off of Sunset Boulevard. Let me bring up the map real quick so you guys can get an idea where we're looking at exactly. Bonadita and Sunset, and you can see it right there, and there is actually a fire truck there, and they're actually putting water on it. That fire was actually a lot brighter, got my attention out there in the darkness. Getting a little bit wider, you can actually see all those streets out there and all that darkness. That usually would be an area lit up with homes. This is the spot in the Palisades where all those homes were destroyed. That's a newer fire out there, and you actually can kind of sort of see underneath all that map activity some other fire trucks making their way possibly over there to help battle those flames. There's another fire burning a little bit farther towards the water. Let me see if I can find that for you guys one more time. There's a lot of smoke down there. Gigi was just down there just a few moments ago, and she was talking about all the ash that was falling on her, and that is definitely what we're seeing from here as well. It's a little difficult to see because that is far off in the distance, but that also is a structure out there burning in the Palisades area. Going to get to something a little bit better just to kind of look at. You can see some of those hot spots up on the hillside as I make this pan right there. You can see up there, that is where all the fire has made their way up towards the top of the hill. You know, without the winds blowing it, this fire has become a little bit more of not a wind-driven, but a terrain-driven, and those flames climbing up that hillside and getting into that thick vegetation. Now, that's a plus and a minus. There's a lot less homes up there, but there's a lot more fuel to burn. And you can see those huge plumes of fire, and that is concerning, but that smoke carrying the embers, that is probably what still is very, very concerning to all the firefighters out there. We're talking about a lesser wind event today. There's definitely going to be some more winds. We understand that, and we're going to keep an eye on it. But all those embers, they're going to go up in the air. They are coming down in that Palisades area, and there are still homes out there that have not been destroyed and maybe not damaged. But now with those embers falling down, that could change. But with the amount of firefighters and firefighting crews that are down there, hopefully that if there are hot spots that do pop up, they will jump on them very, very quickly. Bobby was talking moments ago about aerial attacks. I did make some inquiries, as it would be, to find out what was going on. Now, there was one LA City Fire helicopter up here earlier on doing those drops. That's going to be that Augusta, the 139. Now, they were making these drops continuously till they had to go back in for crew and also maintenance and fuel. And then there was that big Sikorsky that we've been seeing drop in that water. That's a massive helicopter. That's under contract. It's one of those contracts that LA City or the LA County area, they have with a lot of these companies. That one with Colson. And, you know, it's the same thing like the Super Scoopers. They contract out with these big firefighting companies. Well, that one was out here, too, for most of the evening into the early morning hours. Right around 2 o'clock, it made its way back to Van Nuys where it's stationed. Right now, it is waiting to be released to come back to the fire. But I'm also hoping because of the lesser winds, we're going to start seeing some of that fixed wing activity up here this afternoon. That would be those big planes and the Super Scoopers for sure dropping water. They can pick up right out of the ocean. It is pretty fantastic to see, and their turnarounds are very, very quick. But we're also hoping to see some of those fixed wing from CAL FIRE. They're going to be out here dropping FOSCHEC and start getting those containment numbers up and giving some of these folks maybe in the Brentwood area a little bit of relief. Before I send it back to you, just kind of showing you what we're talking about with those embers. This is a new pop-up right here. Now, this wasn't there earlier on, and you can see it's starting to burn down there at the bottom of the canyon. Probably some embers dropping down over there. It's getting closer and closer to these homes out here. Again, LA City, all the firefighting activity out here, they are aware of it. They know about it. But I can tell you, if you live in that neighborhood, I would be very concerned. If that was my house down there, I'd be extremely concerned. And I'm sure there's a lot of people still very much on edge with all this active fire very close to their homes. I'm Stu up at Skyfox. Back to you guys in the studio. Definitely, Bobby. And, you know, I'm just like all of us that work in the news. I've had people reach out to me asking and saying, you know, I have a friend, I have a family member, they have a home at, when you're flying, I know you're busy, but could you please possibly take a look? You know, definitely we want to reach out. We want to help everybody, but as it stands right now, it's still a little dark down there, but we're definitely, as soon as the sun comes up and the smoke blows, gets the clearing, we're definitely going to be checking on all of those homes out there and showing the people, the viewers, exactly what has been going on in the Palisades area. Welcome. Copy all. Thank you. Where is my foot pedal? Keeps sliding around. Skyvox, TOC, we've lost that IFB feeling. Bring back the IFB feeling. Whoa, that IFB feeling. Skyvox, TOC. Could you reset the IFB, please? Pretty, please. Pretty, please. Skyvox to the assignment desk. Could you tap on the window and let IFB know, TOC know that we're needing a little IFB? I'm concerned, very concerned. Skyfox, TOC. I feel forgotten. Oh, yeah, the assignment desk can't even answer me because we can't hear them talk. Yeah, I got no ways to communicate. You know what? Let me text them. Let me text them. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. Where the... Ugh. Ba-dum, ba-da-na-na-na-bum. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-da-na-na-na. Ba-dum, ba-ba-ba-da-ba. 5, 3, 6. Rustic. All right, let's see where that is. Skyfox to anybody. I have no IFB. I have no IFB. I have no IFB. Letting you guys know that that is the rustic address. I cannot see anything. It is too dark down there. It's dark. Let's get the other address up. 400 Alma Real. 400 Alma. 3.2. Yeah. I don't know when you sent me that. Sorry, Mark. Yep, a little bit of wind kicked in, and check out the difference, right? Boom, boom, dun, 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 dun. Can we move north a little bit, or does it put us into the TFR?
Помимо профильных национальных проектов, семья, молодежь и дети, продолжительная и активная жизнь, инфраструктура для жизни, в рамках которых будут создаваться новые детские сады, школы, поликлиники, молодежные центры, были доработаны и дополнены соответствующими мероприятиями другие.
Michelle, I got those addresses. I have them locked in. We can recall them quickly. Cannot see anything right now. But we still have no IFB. And I don't know how you can tell me that if this is going to be for the rest of the morning or what. And they have us up in the stratosphere. I don't think I can, yeah, my phone is doing the SOS. I don't think I can use my earbuds because we're up too high. Yay! It really is terrible, but I can hear it. Gotcha, gotcha. It's, it doesn't sound good, though. I don't think it's you, though. I think it's what's getting fed to it. It's good enough. It's good enough. Yeah, you can yell at me. Stop talking. I don't want to keep up with power outages. Right now, yeah, let's just stay out of it. But I'm sure in the afternoon we're going to wind up doing exactly that. I was just going to say, I think the winds just really started kicking up. And the IFB's gone again. And the IFB's gone again. Just letting you guys know, IFB's gone. Gone. It's back. I don't know what happened. I think they have arrived. Just, yeah, the way the smoke has changed and the fire has changed. Fire activity. Got you. Got you, got you, got you. Do you have us? Sweet. Right. That's what I'm saying, right? Isn't it? I wonder if everybody's going to start aligning here because out of the north, right? Yeah. So it is going to be, the winds are going to be, yeah, blowing to the south. That's kind of what I'm seeing here. I know. I see a mountain lion. Not, I don't, yeah, in the fire, you know. Not, never mind. The fire looks like a mountain lion. They'll, right, right, because they, yeah, but they gotta make that circle around it. Okay. Which could be good, could be bad, depending on how the smoke is and where we're looking. I don't know what they're looking at. Yes, sorry. What's up? Yes. Yes, of course. Uh-oh. Thank you. When we land for fuel, I definitely have to go to Starbucks. I'll let the desk know. It's going to be a 2-hour delay. I'm joking. About the 2-hour delay, but I'm definitely going to Starbucks. Send it by. Definitely slightly changing, and on a personal note, I was chomping at the bit. Biggest story, and I'm sidelined and watching you guys doing some great reporting. I enjoyed the watch, but I was upset that I couldn't be here. Taking a look at that, as you said, at the Palisades fire. All that active flame has made their way up onto this hillside up here, but there's still a lot of active flame. And it was interesting because just what we're seeing right now, a lot of folks are just tuning in. Moments ago, it looked a little bit different, and then there was a huge gust of wind apparently down there on the ground, and it changed everything instantly. And it just shows you how quickly that fire behavior can change with the gust of a wind. Right now, though, the smoke is kind of making its way due south. It was actually kind of going a little bit out to the west earlier on, so there definitely was just moments ago a change in that wind. Those embers, they're dropping down and they're falling into these neighborhoods down here. I'm going to show you just what the firefighters are dealing with, but on a kind of a micro scale. Look at that. That right there, that is new growth for that fire, and it is in a low spot, so that fire definitely going to start growing up here and the terrain going to start rising. There are some homes nearby, but these homes pretty much at a distance farther away than it really seems to look. I'd say probably about a mile from the nearest home. I actually just noticing that right there. I believe that's going to be some sort of fire vehicle, so they are aware of what's going on, and they probably are taking a peek at that hot spot. I'm going to bring up the map real quick, showing the viewers kind of what's going on and where a lot of this stuff is. This is going to be, right there. This is going to be very, very close to the Brentwood area, but still technically the Palisades. As I pan down over here, this is going to be the areas where Gigi's at and other of our crews, and a lot of that devastation. Those 1,000 homes that were destroyed, I would venture to say they're going to be somewhere right here in this area, because you can see how it is all darkness, and this would be an area that usually would be lit up, much like you see on a lot of when we show those wide shots of the city, but right now all in darkness due to all those homes being destroyed. Hot spots that have been popping up, I believe that is going to be an actual structure right there. We've been seeing this all morning long. A lot of times there's going to be too much smoke in the area where you really can't see what is burning, but this one, if you look, you can clearly see that is some sort of structure right there, and they actually have some firefighters nearby. This is actually very dynamic and something that we have not seen in Southern California in a very, very long time. And of course, with the map, you can kind of get an idea where this is. When the sun comes up, we're going to be able to kind of see more of that, the areas that have been devastated. These hot spots continue to pop up. All the fire departments that are down there, I can't even really say for sure which fire department is actually battling those flames, because we have so many multiple agencies down there helping to keep these homes safe, the ones that have not yet burned. But the fires fight still very, very active and very sporadic. Even though the winds are a little bit lighter, it is still a very sporadic firefight. But the bulk of the fire right now up on that hillside, up on those hills, but that's still technically in the Palisades. And those homes that you see nearby, those are about a mile away. But I can tell you, if that was my house or I knew somebody that lived there, I would be concerned. I'm sure they are as well. But of course, the firefighters, they know about it. Aerial support coming back apparently as day breaks, and we've been watching those helicopters, but we're very, very hopeful now that we have lighter winds. These winds have not stopped, but just lighter winds. We're going to be able to see some of those fixed wings. We'll see those big FOS check drops, and hopefully see those super scoopers picking up water from the ocean. It's just a short hop over here to these flames. Hopefully they'll get a lot of this in check this afternoon. I'm Sue and Skyfox, sending it back. Yeah. Definitely, and and it's all because of the winds, and it could, there's a lot of factors involved as well. Is it just the aircraft limitations? That could be part of it, but it also is how effective is that excuse me, how effective is that drop in those high winds? When those winds are blowing really, really hard, the helicopters might be able to get in there, but when they drop that water, it just kind of mists around. It might be helpful, but it's not doing the job that it could be doing, and that's what makes it so difficult with these lighter winds happening, because the wind event is still active. With these lighter winds, we're probably going to see more helicopters dropping water and more of those big aircraft, the fixed wings, dropping water, and hopefully, like you said, they're going to turn that corner. We're going to see a lot less of this, a little bit more of hot spots, and of course a lot more people in these neighborhoods out here breathing a little easier. It definitely, and you know, on a personal level, when I watch these fires, that's what I'm watching. It's like, how are they fighting them? Why are they putting the fire? Why are they moving their assets to this location? What's changed? What are they seeing? And it is actually it's like watching a chess game sometimes. You know, these firefighters, it isn't just they're not just out here dropping water in random spots. Everything is very well coordinated. They have a command center. They've got people that are way smarter than me watching what's going on and making these moves and saying, all right, we're going to move these assets over here. And then there's also a lot of safety involved as well. The helicopters and the fixed wings, the joke is they don't play well together. They do play well together to put out the fire, but they have to get the helicopters out of the way and in a safe area before they can let those fixed wings come in and drop their Phosgec and or water, depending on which aircraft it is. So there is a lot of coordination going on. There's a lot of strategic moves happening, especially when they're fighting fires from the air. And those aerial assets, they are amazing. And yes, definitely, when they come out here, we're going to start seeing a lot of this happening. You know, these fires, the big bulk of these fires getting knocked down quickly. And of course, those neighborhoods, that's going to be the guys on the ground for the most part. You got to give your hats off to them. An extremely difficult job. And they were there when those high winds were happening. They were there trying to put out those fires and picking and choosing what they can save and what they can't. It is an amazing job. And of course, we're just talking about the Palisades. We got the Eaton fire going as well. That one is huge. Multiple structures destroyed. Sad to say, 5 people lost their lives out there. And at the Palisades one, multiple injuries, as we understand. People that had burns walking away from a lot of these areas because they couldn't get away any other way. This is something that is unprecedented in the Southern California area. And this fire, it's still going. It is definitely not out. But hopefully we're not going to see any more injuries and, sadly to say, deaths. Yep. Copy all. It's all good. Yep. Yep. Oh, let me go. Sorry. That would be me if I lived there. Yeah, true. Uh, this is an hour long. I kind of gave him the idea that we could stay till about maybe 7. What time do we need to go in for fuel? So you want to start, so you want to, we should start going now then for fuel. I mean, for real, right? All right. Skyfox, Simon Desk, and or anybody else that needs to know this, kind of lost track of time. We need to go in for fuel. We probably could hang out for another 10, but I think you guys want the top of the 7, so I'm thinking we should go now, try to get the top of the 7, right? Okay, all right, let's go. pretty sure he did, but maybe he didn't. I don't know. Break it on down. What? All right, I think they're off of us. I know they are. Skyvox to KCAL CBS TOC on Freak 2. We're going to knock it down, please. Please. Gabriel, we'll be back in a little bit. Don't miss us too much. What did my... why is it always something in here? Bump. Ba-dum-ba-bum-bump. And of course it's not coming up. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do that. And I have no idea what just happened. Okay. Ugh.